So Paramashiva just smiled. Oh, you guys think only because of all of you put together, I'll be able to destroy these Tripurasuras. He just moved away from all of them, just sat in his inner space. All the three lokas Ishwaras, Tripuras Ishwaras, he aligned. And naturally, all three Ishwaras aligned. Even though he does not get involved, his presence is the source of all the three Ishwaras. He just aligned his presence, focused within himself, and opened the third eye. All the Tripuras were aligned and completely gone, burnt, destroyed. Not only the Tripurasuras are destroyed, even the Devatas, gods and goddesses, they were all shaken because he did it without any of them. I just dumped that whole gang, the Radhikailash gang, and built the Kailasa, manifested Kailasa. Listen, understand this truth about Paramashiva, Ishwaratva, and Jivatva. If you give too much attention to Kanchukas, you will be Jiva. If you give all your attention to your source consciousness, which is beyond all Kanchukas, you will be Ishvara. And even when you become Ishvara, you have sovereignty over your whole universe. If you continue to be focused on the source, you will become Paramashiva. You will become Shiva. Listen. Across all universes, Paramashiva manifests as Kanchukas and Ishvara both. But he remains absolutely untouched and unbound by all of this. If you give all your attention to Kanchukas, like, oh, I have limited time, if you make the decisions based on I have limited time, I have limited knowledge, I have limitations, niyatis, and I have limited knowing, and all these Kanchukas, if you are always focused on that, you will be Jiva. If you turn your attention to your being, which is beyond all these Kanchukas, core consciousness, observing the observer, witnessing the witness, you will see you are Ishvara, not Jiva. From your sovereignty, you manifest all these Kanjukas and play the life and do what you want as you want. And when you know that you have the sovereignty over your life, everything, even after that, you continue to remain focused on the source, you become Shiva, Paramashiva. Thing to be done is only one. Focus on the source. Not only you will manifest anything you want, you will have the sovereignty over the whole universe, and ultimately you will be Paramashiva, who is source of everything and who is everything. If you give too much attention to Kanjukas, you will be a Jiva. If you give attention to your source, you will become Ishvara. If you continue to be focused on the source, you will become Shiva. Paramashiva is like the water that fills every river, lake, and ocean. Paramashiva is like that. Paramashiva is like the water that fills every river, lake, and ocean. The river, Kanjukas are like river. The Kanjukas run in particular path shaped by the terrain and reach the ocean. The ocean, Ishvara, holds all rivers, yet remains a distinct entity. Understand? Paramashiva is like the water that fills every river, lake, ocean, everything. River is Kanjukas that run in particular path shaped by the terrain, means that Niyati. Ishvara is like a ocean, holds all rivers, yet remains a distinct entity. When you are a Jiva, you are simply a ripple on a specific river, unaware of ocean. When you are an Ishvara, you are the ripple that knows it belongs to ocean, and it is ocean. When you are Shiva, you are not a ripple nor a river, you are the boundless water itself, untouched by any particular course. By constantly turning your awareness back to the source, you keep your river from becoming mere trickle of the world. And you remember that your true nature is endless, unchanging water that flows beneath every surface. Continuous, unwavering focus on the source beyond the temporary identification with any particular Kanchuka transports the individual being into Shivatva. In this state, the person is neither acting within the world nor withdrawn from it. The individual is the ground that makes both possibilities possible. Individual is the ground that makes both possibilities possible. Granthi, Janyam, Kala, Kala, Vidya, Raga, Drumataraha, Gunadir Garva, Siddhaksha, Matra, Bhutan, Anukramat. Kala, Kala, Niyati, Raga, Purusha, Prakriti, Guna, Buddhi, Ahankara, Chitta, Manas. Indriyas, 5 tanmatras, subtle elements, and 5 bhutas, grass elements. All these are the Maya born tattvas. Listen, I am repeating. Granthi, Janyam, Kala, Kala, Vidya, Raga, Drumataraha, Gunadirgarva, Chittaksha, Matra, Bhutan, Yanukramat. Kala, Kala, Niyati, Raga, Purusha, Prakriti, Guna, Buddhi, Ahankara, Chitta, Indriyas. 5 tanmatras, 5 bhutas. All these are the Maya born tattvas. These are evolved from the Maya in 2 orders, the primary order and the secondary order. So listen. Mrigendragama beautifully says, the 10th chapter, 1st verse, Vidatte Deha Siddhyartham Yat Sakshat Yat Padantarat Yada Yunakti Yat Tedo Tatrik Tadatu Nochyate. Anandeshwara, I can say that Ananteshwara is the Lord of impure Maya, the order in which he creates all these tattvas from the impure Maya. After effecting vibrant and creative convolutions in the field of impure Maya, is now explained. He creates these tattvas in order to provide bodies, instruments, enjoyments, and so forth to all the bound souls. The 10th chapter, Mrihendragama, second verse in Mrihendragama, 10th chapter, second verse. So listen, actually, recently I revealed to you all about how your nervous system filters out your reality. I spoke about your antakarana being blocked by the malas, and your chit shakti is eternally untouched, conscious part of you. Listen, there is a very important aspect I want all of you to understand. When I say your antakarana filters out your reality, your nervous system selectively chooses a reality that you experience. You need to know what determines the filtering of the reality. How does your nervous system decide what to filter and what to process? The answer to it is your self-image, built by your belief system. Listen, if you ask, how does your nervous system decide what to filter and what to process? The answer is your self-image, built by your belief system. Maxwell Maltz, a renowned plastic surgeon, established this in his research. Maxwell Maltz was a plastic surgeon, and he would perform surgery on his patients, fixing their scars, their noses, their deformities. But then he noticed something. Even when he was done, many of his patients still felt they were ugly. There was one woman who had a severe facial deformity, and Maltz worked on her, and the surgery was a complete success. It made her model worthy as per the social standards. Yet she avoided mirrors because she still believed she was ugly. Maltz realized that the brain does not respond to objective reality, it responds to the self image of the person's reality. Listen, you are not responding to the reality, you are responding to your self image, your belief system that is projecting the reality. The Agamas call this is Purusha Tattva. Purusha Tattva is the Jiva, the soul identified with the five malas or the coverings that I revealed previously. Kala, Kala, Niyati, Raga, Vidya means Kala, limited time, idea. Kala, limited knowledge, idea. Niyati, limited causality. Raga, attachment. Vidya, limited knowing. When the Jiva identifies with these five coverings, it becomes a Purusha, limited, transmigrating soul, capable of experiencing the cosmos only as the limited individual. This is your self-image. A small story. Young Richie, the daughter of Peter Pepper, is watching her mother, Becky, as she tries on her new fur coat and taking selfies to flaunt her expensive fur coat on the Instagram. She says in disgust, "Mom, do you realize how much a poor dumb animal had to suffer just so you could have the fur coat?" says Richie with all her concern. Richie, snaps Becky angrily. "How dare you talk about your father like that?" The daughter is talking from the different universe. The mother is understanding and responding from different universe. Because the self-image is different, reactions are different. Same words meant completely different things to two different people. Why? Because of their antakarana, their inner instrument. Their inner instrument was filtering the same reality differently. Your self-image determines that you see in everyone and everything. If you see yourself as a victim, you see victims everywhere. If you see yourself as powerful, you see power everywhere. Many times, if your achievements exceed your self-image, you will unconsciously engage in self-destructive behavior. Why? Because the Purusha Tattva cannot tolerate inconsistency. The Purusha believes I am limited, I am unworthy, I am a failure. And when success comes, the Purusha sabotages itself to maintain consistency with its identity. This is why you lose weight and find it again. This is why you make money and lose it. This is why you find love and push it away. Your Purusha Tattva does not believe you deserve it. How many of you lost weight, but again you start the self-destructive habit? Oh, now I am so thin, I can start. Come on, let's start. Run right on the food and gain the weight within next 1 month, much faster than the speed with which you lost. Much quicker than the speed with which you lost. Raise your hand. I can tell you, when people come and tell me, "Swamiji, I lost 30 pounds, I lost 25 pounds," I laugh at them and tell them, "Hey, you lost thousands of pounds." Because multiple times you are losing, you are gaining and losing and gaining and losing. You have not lost 20 pounds or 30 pounds or 40 pounds. You have lost thousands of pounds. Because your self-image has not changed, because you have not worked on that. Whether gaining weight and losing, or gaining wealth and losing. This whole thing, finding love and pushing it away, all that is because you have not worked on the Purusha Tattva. I tell you, work on the Purusha Tattva, self-image. That is what that Bhava, assuming what you want is achieved, works on the Purusha Tattva, your being. Then simply you manifest what you want and you retain it, you enjoy it. Listen, only if you work on the being, the habits you want to drop will be dropped. Self-sabotaging will be stopped. And the right things need to be done will manifest through you. So the priority should be working on being. As long as you have that idea you are limited and unworthy and failure, you will lose weight and gain weight. You will gain wealth and lose wealth. You will find love and push it away. The strongest part of the human mind is the need to maintain consistency with our identity. That is why people struggle with self-image. That loops them with the same reality they are stuck with. Scientists have concluded that 98% of your brain activity is unconscious, not 80, not 70, not 90, 98% of your brain activity is unconscious. Meaning that the majority of your decisions that you make, the actions that you take, the 60,000 thoughts that you have every day depends on that 98% of the brain activity that you are not even aware of. See, what you think determines what you are doing, but what you don't think determines where you are going. What you think determines what you are doing, but what you don't think determines where you are going. Your unconscious thinking is driving the reality. You can retrain your nervous system is the good news I have. Just by reprogramming your beliefs is the great news I have. The good news I have for all of you, you can retrain your nervous system. The great news I have for all of you is you can retrain your nervous system by reprogramming your beliefs. Listen. Science describes 3 brain states: beta, waking, thinking. Then this waking, thinking, stress all comes under beta. Alpha is calm, relaxed. And theta is meditation. That Bhava Samadhi, where You are neither in the Jagrat nor in Swapna. You are in between, that hypnosis state. The Agamas describe these states too, but they go deeper. They describe a state called Spanda. This is the key word, listen. Spanda. If you heard my early satsangs, I have spoken on 3 books: Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva Sutras, Spandakarika. All the 3 I named it as the Shiva Sutra lectures. The satsangs are named as Shiva Sutras, but I have spoken on these 3 books. One book is all about Spandakarika. What is Spanda? Spanda is the vibratory dynamism of absolute consciousness. It is the pulse, the throb, the heartbeat of reality itself. It's not just awareness. It is active, creative, pulsating awareness. The Spandakarikas, the sacred text revealed by Paramashiva to Vasugupta, a great Kashmir Shaiva Acharya. Listen, Kanchi Shaivism, Kashmiri Shaivism, both are based on the same Kamikagama. You should know very clearly, Kanchi Shaivism and Kashmir Shaivism, Kanchi Sarvanyapita, Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapita and Kashmir Kailasa Sarvanyapita, both pitas are based on the same agama, Kamikagama. Mrigendragama is the same Jnanapada for both pitas. So listen, what Paramashiva revealed in Kailasa to Vasugupta, the great Kashmir Shaivacharya. Sarvandar Vyapino Devaha Sankaraha Shakti Mishritaha Swatmayam Spandade Nityam Abhasa Shakti Rupadaha. Lord Shankara, who is all pervading and united with his divine power, pulsates eternally in the form of his own self, manifesting as radiant energy. So understand, you are not just a passive observer of reality, you are an active creator. Your consciousness pulses, your awareness vibrates, and that vibration, that spanda, is what creates your reality. Theta is the state where you want to be. Theta is the state of meditation, the state of hypnosis. This theta state is highly receptive to suggestion. I tell you, theta is the doorway to spanda. When you enter theta, you are not just receptive to suggestion, You are active in creation. Your spanda, your divine vibration aligns with the cosmic spanda, and when that happens, the reality bends to your will. Small story. Mullah Nasruddin's son was studying homework and asked his father, "Dad, what is a monologue?" Said Nasruddin, "A monologue is a conversation being carried on by your mother with me." In beta state, the waking, thinking state, a monologue is a literary term. In alpha theta state, the relaxed, honest state, a monologue is just a monologue. Your nervous system filters reality differently in different brain states. When you relax into theta, you see the truth that your beta state cannot access. I am now going to reveal the exact technique you can do to re-imprint your nervous system in the night. Record a reality you want to manifest, but when you record, you should tell it from the state that it has already happened. Describe it in vivid details. Relax completely. Feel the wish fulfilled. Listen again once you wake up in the morning, and throughout the day, audit your input. Speak affirmations aloud. Ask power questions. I tell you, this is sadhana. This is spiritual practice. You practice the re-imprinting. You detach from the old identity. You let go of the fossilized self-image. But I am telling you, another important factor, when you do this with the Guru is the one who holds the space for your re-imprinting. The Guru is the one who provides a safety that allows the nervous system to relax. Relaxation allows the nervous system to feel safe, which will allow the re-imprinting happen. That's what I do in the satsang. Put you into that ultimate bhava, the manifestation state, and re-imprint repeatedly your Paramashiva right now. Actually, the science is finally trying to catch up. It is beginning to catch up with Agamas. A 2025 paper published in AIP Advances proposes that consciousness is not an emergent property of neural process, but a foundational aspect of reality. Listen, till 2025, science was repeatedly telling consciousness is an emergent property of neural process. But now they are beginning to catch up. No, consciousness is not an emergent property of neural process, but a functional aspect of reality. It describes three principles: universal mind, underlying formless intelligence, universal consciousness, the capacity for awareness, and universal thought, the dynamic mechanism through which experience and differentiation arise. The emergence of individual awareness occurs via mechanisms such as symmetry breaking, quantum fluctuations, and discrete state selection. It essentially says consciousness is not in your brain is in consciousness. Your nervous system is not producing awareness, it is filtering awareness. This is exactly what the Mrihendragama describes. The buddhi faces towards the self, which is pure consciousness, and it faces towards the material nature. Your antakarana is the tuner. When it is tuned correctly, you receive the full conscious field. The buddhi, when it faces towards the self, which is pure consciousness, and when it faces towards the material nature, it becomes the polluted jiva. Your antakarana is the tuner. When it is tuned correctly, you receive the full consciousness field. When it is mistuned, imprinted with fear, limitation, trauma, you receive only fraction of a field. And you call that fraction reality. Re-imprint your inner instrument and retune your receiver. Suddenly the whole field becomes available to you. Listen, I am repeating. Your antakarana is the tuner. When it is tuned correctly, you receive full consciousness field. When it is mistuned, imprinted with fear, limitation, trauma, you receive only a fraction of a field, fraction of the field, and you call that fraction reality. Re-imprint your inner instrument and retune your receiver, and suddenly the whole field becomes available to you. Let me tell you a story from Yoga Vasishta, the story of Sadarudra was imparted to Sri Rama by the Rishi Vasishta to show that all life is mere illusion, are different complexes of the mind. Vasishta narrates a story to Rama about a devout monk who falls asleep and dreams of being an ordinary man. In the dream, he dreams of being another person, who then dreams of being another, creating a chain of layered identities. Eventually, one of these dreamed individuals undergoes heavy spiritual penance and transforms into a Rudra, an aspect of Lord Shiva with immense cosmic knowledge. This Rudra awakens all the past layered identities, resulting in 100 Rudras existing simultaneously, realizing they are all ultimately manifestations of the same single mind, the ultimate illusion of reality, Parashakti, Mahamaya. You are that man. You think you have woken up. You think you are awake, but you are still in the dream. You are still in your reality tunnel. You are still seeing through the filter of your antakarana. The Paushkaragama says the knower, the Atman or self, is of the nature of pure consciousness, not of the nature of being directed towards objects. In other words, you are not the dreamer, you are not the dreamed, you are the consciousness in which both dreamer and dreamed appear. A small story. A friend notices that old mullah and his wife, all dressed in a grand and enjoying a dinner. You look mighty dressed up, mullah. The friend said to Mullah Nasruddin, what is going on? Something special? Yes, said the mullah. I am celebrating tonight with my wife in honor of 7 years of perfect married happiness. 7 years of married happiness? I think that is wonderful. The friend said, I think it is pretty good myself. 7 years of happiness out of the 70 years of marriage, said Nasruddin. The friend thought he was celebrating 7 years of perfect happiness. The mullah knew the truth. It was only 1 year out of 70 that was perfect. But he was still celebrating. That is your reality tunnel. You celebrate your awakening without realizing you are still dreaming. You celebrate your success without realizing you are still trapped in limitation. In the true awakening comes when you stop celebrating the dream and start waking up from it. And the good news is, you don't need to struggle by yourself to re-imprint. Listen. In the presence of the Guru, your whole nervous system can simply be re-imprinted through Diksha. Guru Gita declares, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Guru is Brahma, Guru is Vishnu, Guru is Lord Maheshwara, Guru is verily the supreme reality. Prostrations to that Guru. The Guru is the one who shatters your reality tunnel, wake you up to the truth that the possibility is all around you. You are struggling because your inner instrument cannot see it. The Guru is the one who wakes you up just at the right moment so you can catch the dreamlike insight. The Guru is the one who says, you are not limited Purusha, you are Paramashiva. Mam eva smaran nityam, mam eva smaran sada, sukhenaiva param sthanam prapnoti na samsayaha. If you think of nothing else but me, you will reach the highest state of realization. Thus, focus one-pointedly on merging with the Guru. Through this satsang, I am not just revealing these truths to you, to every one of you, that you are watching this right now, listening to this right now. I am collapsing all your old beliefs and re-imprinting your nervous system right now. A small story. Mullah Nasruddin was saying, my wife has a chronic habit of sitting up every night until 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, and I cannot break her of it. Sympathetic friend asked, why does she sit up that late? Nasruddin said, waiting for me to come home. Do you see? The mullah thought his wife had a habit. The friend thought it was a problem. The truth was completely different. She was waiting for him. His reality tunnel was, wife has a problem. The truth was, I am the problem. The Guru does the same thing. He does not tell you what you think you need to hear. He tells you the truth that shatters your illusion. I am not telling you the truths you want to hear. I am not telling you the words that you want to hear. I am telling you the truth that shatters your illusion. Through the Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo initiative, this is what I am opening to humanity. To all the beings who have been through persecution. Actually, all of you have gone through the persecution by the unconscious society, unconscious political system, unconscious constitutions, unconscious economical system. Kailasa will be the ecosystem where you can consciously re-imprint, reprogram, heal yourself and be Paramashi. The sacred vow of Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo, absolute protection to all living beings. It's a living reality that I am breathing into existence through the revival of Kailasa. A safe haven for any being, any religion, any person who is persecuted, attacked, or displaced. All those who realize they have been persecuted, attacked, and displaced, and all those who have not even realized they are being persecuted, they have been persecuted, attacked, and displaced. For both categories, where they can peacefully live and express their spirituality, enlightened consciousness enlightened arts, enlightened culture, enlightened lifestyle, enlightened civilization, free from denigration, interference, and violence. This is the Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo in action. Protection to all beings. I am opening the doors of Kailasa wide for the Hindus who cannot get enlightened freely, for the seekers who are silenced and put in the endless distraction in the name of working for the basic needs and survival needs. I know how many real sincere seekers forced into this survival mode, that victims of economic terrorism, poverty is forced on them, so they are forced to work for their survival, losing all seeking. And finally they lose even the memory once they had a seeking. I am opening the Kailasa doors. I am opening the doors of Kailasa wide for all those seekers who are put in the endless distractions and their seeking was silenced. For the refugee who has no home, for any being who is not having a place to live, Kailasa is your home. Kailasa is your refuge. Kailasa is your nation. This is my sacred vow. This is the vow I have taken for the sake of all humanities. Join me. Join Kailasa. Vinay 8767 from YouTube is asking, Swamiji, I am a devotee. I want to express my gratitude for everything you have been through and everything you have stood up for. How can I support this mission of Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo? Understand? I did not go through persecution for my sake. I went through it for your sake. For the sake of every Hindu who cannot practice Dharma freely. For the sake of every persecuted individual who needs a home. You see, I created a nation. I created the nation so that the world's millions need not be nationless. Listen. Actually, those persecuted me were persecuting you guys, Hindus, because I was standing in the front for all of you. They persecuted me. They were not eyeing at my head, they were eyeing at your head, because I was sticking my neck out for all you, to protect all your heads. They were trying to attack me. They were persecuting me. So I endured assassination attempts so that you would not have to fear assassination for being a Hindu. I endured 120 false cases and heavy lawfare so that you would not have to fear lawfare for being a Hindu. I endured 17,000 hours of hate speech, hate propaganda, so that you don't have to face the hate for being Hindu. If you just turn the pages of history and see, you will realize the whole climate of Hinduism at that point in time. 5,000 sadhus were murdered in a single day. All the gurus were targeted and being eliminated just in the last 84 years. There has been 300 gurus, Hindu gurus, who were either mob lynched, assassinated, or murdered through the relentless lawfare. Paramashiva has manifested through this being at the right time. 1978. Even 1979 would have been too late. I am here as an ultimate abhayam for all the Hindus. Paramashiva is here as an ultimate abhayam for all the Hindus. You are asking, how can you support this mission? First, understand what abhayam sarvabhudebhyo truly means. Understand that it is not just a word, it's a vow, it's a divine promise. Second, embody abhayam sarvabhudebhyo in your own life. Enrich others. Protect the persecuted. Stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. Third, spread the message of Kailasa. Spread the message of Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Let every persecuted Hindu know there is a home for you. There is a home for them. There is a nation for you. There is a sanctuary for you. Even if you are not eating in the place where Annadanam is happening, even if you tell those who need food, who are starving, who need Annadanam, even if you tell them, that punya will come to you and protect you. Like Karna did not do Annadanam his whole life. He did all other danams. So when he went to Swarga, he had hunger. He asked, what is this? I am feeling hunger in Swarga. They said, you did not do Annadana. That is why you are having hunger. Then Karna asks, what is the solution? Then Narada says, don't worry. You put the pointing finger on your mouth, your hunger will disappear. Karna did it and hunger disappeared. Karna asked Narada, how is it possible? How it happened? Narada said, once someone was hungry, you showed him a place where Annadan happens, and he went and ate, and his hunger got settled. He was healed from the hunger, because hunger is a roga. So he was healed from hunger. So that punya is there in your pointing finger. So put that in your mouth. Your hunger will disappear. So listen. Show to people, enrich people, spread this word for those who need refuge. If you need, come and settle down in Kailasa and share, enrich, reach out to everyone who needs abhayam. That's the best way you can support this mission of abhayam sarvabhudebhyo. There's one more question. Same Vinay 8767 is asking, dear Swamiji, you went through so much persecution, assassination attempts, false cases, and so much more. How can you still open Kailasa for others? Why did not Swamiji give up? Because I will not give up. You are asking why Swamiji did not give up? Because I will not give up. If if I give up, who will stand for the 2 billion Hindus? The seekers of enlightenment. You see, the question comes from the human mind. The human mind says, I was hurt, so I will hurt back. I was persecuted, so I will persecute. I was denied refuge, so I will deny refuge to others. No. But Paramashiva does not manifest like that. He does not think like human mind. Paramashiva thinks as the cosmos, like the cosmos. He is cosmos. So he thinks like cosmos. When I was unlawfully detained for 53 days without even evidence, I did not think I will create a prison for others. I thought I will create a nation where no one will be unlawfully detained. When they filed false cases, I did not think I'll create a court to falsely accuse others. I thought I'll create a justice system based on dharma, which cannot be used for lawfare, which cannot be used to do lawfare. You see, persecution does not define you. Your response to persecution defines you. The persecution I went through does not define me. My response to that persecution defines me. The one who gives abhayam, absolute protection, must be himself fearless, not because he has not suffered, but because he has transcended suffering and fears. That is the truth. They tried to destroy me. They only succeeded in making me stronger. They actually valorized me. Through Kailasa, I am giving what they tried to take away from me: refuge, sanctuary, sovereignty to millions. Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Celestine08 posted a question in YouTube. Swamiji, what is the relationship between abhayam and conscious sovereignty? This is the deepest question of all. You see, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the concept of giving abhaya is not merely giving a land to an individual. It is about empowering individuals to reclaim their conscious sovereignty. Listen, Rama did not give just Lanka to Vibhishana, he gave his Atma Murti Ranganatha to Vibhishana. His own Atma Murti Ranganatha to Vibhishana. So it is not just merely giving Lanka the land, kingdom. It is giving conscious sovereignty, the whole enlightenment. You see, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the concept of giving abhaya is not merely giving land to an individual. It is about empowering individuals to reclaim their conscious sovereignty. What does that mean? It means you are not a refugee. You are a sovereign being. You have simply forgotten your home. You have simply forgotten your true nature. You have simply forgotten that you are Paramashiva. Abhayam is the hand that reaches out and says, remember who you are. Remember where you came from. Remember your sovereignty. So I am creating Kailasa not just a safe haven, also an enlightened haven. I'm not just going to give you safe place and safe home and the safe nation. I'm going to give you conscious sovereignty, ultimate safety, the enlightenment. Along with the safe nation, safe home, safe place, I'm giving you the ultimate safety, enlightenment. I created the Kailasa. When I created the Kailasa, I did not just create a piece of land. I created a consciousness sovereignty, a consciousness of sovereignty. A consciousness of freedom, a consciousness of Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. In addition to being a nation, Kailasa is also a state of being. It's a state of being absolutely free, absolutely protected. It's a state of being home. And that state is available to everyone, regardless of gender, race, religion, creed, nationality, because consciousness does not discriminate. Paramashiva does not discriminate. Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo does not discriminate. So when you seek refuge in Kailasa, you are not just seeking physical safety, you are reclaiming your conscious sovereignty. You are remembering who you truly are. You are coming home. I am giving you the essence of what I revealed in this satsang. Shivatva, Ishwaratva, Jivatva. You are the being who has forgotten your Paramashivatva and fell into Kanjukas. All you need to do is wake up and play your life with absolute lordship as a Leela. Your reality is not what is, it is what your antakarana, your manas, buddhi, and ahankara allows you to perceive. Change the inner instrument, you will change the world. Means a filter. The reality tunnel is just a dream. The malas are just clouds. The Purusha Tattva is just a limited identity. Wake up from the dream. Clear your clouds. Shatter the filter. Be who you truly are. The Paushkaragama says, the knower, the Atman or self, is of the nature of pure consciousness, not of the nature of being directed toward objects. You are not the one who is filtered. You are the consciousness that sees the filter. The Spandakarika says, the pure nature of him from whom this universe comes into existence is not abstracted anywhere. You are that pure nature. Nothing abstracts you except your own inner instrument. The Guru Gita says, if you think of nothing else but me, you will easily reach the highest state of realization. Think of the Guru, merge with the Guru, become the Guru. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. We both put together are part of Paramashiva. I initiate all of you into this truth. Live this and you will start radiating the power of Grahanam, the ability to digest any concept, any reality as it is. Today, I have two great digital gifts from Maha Kailasa for all of you. First is the Why Intensity digital book, and the second is Sri Chakra Yantra. Receive it and enjoy it. Blessings to everyone. Be blissful.
Fundamental, foundational, first principle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is Guru-disciple relationship. Everything starts there, everything ends there, but this itself does not end.
Guru Purnima Day is such an auspicious day. Whatever incompletion, impossibility, no patterns you carry, drop all that today. Offer all that to me, I'll burn them away. And take up the possibility as a lifestyle. Become part of the Sangha. Live Advaita. Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Paramashiva's great gift to humanity. It's a grand civilizational project for humanity. On Guru Purnima Day, the official integrating people means officially accepting them into the campuses, Kailasa, will begin. This is the single most powerful declaration in the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The entire body of Sanatana Hindu Dharma Sannyas Sampradaya, when they take sannyas, they drop everything of this world and declare Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo, means I give Abhaya, protection to all beings. I am opening the doors of Kailasa to whole humanity. Anyone from any race, culture, creed, seeking refuge are welcome to Kailasa.
In a world fractured by persecution, displacement and fear, millions are still searching for safety. Families are separated, voices are silenced, lives are uprooted. But refuge can still be offered, dignity can still be restored.
I declare Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I offer Abhaya, protection to all beings. a refugee to every persecuted soul, every human being cast out because of their faith, their identity, their voice. I open the doors of Kailasa for all of you. You only need the courage to seek refuge, and Kailasa will answer. Come, the doors are open, you are seen, you are protected. Welcome home, you are home. Understand, I can see clearly. Paramashiva made it happen. Paramashiva has made it happen.
Join this sacred humanitarian mission. Sign up now and help build refuge for those who need it most.
What if I told you there's an AI that was trained on knowledge that is thousands of years old? Not scraped from the internet, not generated by another AI, but real, ancient human wisdom, digitized for the very first time. We're talking about 20 million source texts, 2 petabytes of curated knowledge, over 60,000 people who helped make it happen. And at the center of all of this is one person whose life's work made it possible. Today, we're talking about Ask Nithyananda AI, and why this might be one of the most important AI projects happening right now. Stay with me, because this one is different. Let's start with a problem that most people don't know about. The biggest AI companies in the world, OpenAI, Google, Meta, they're all hitting a wall. The industry actually calls it the data wall. They've basically run out of good, fresh, high-quality text on the internet. And nobody knows where the next source of real knowledge is going to come from. That's where Ask Nithyananda AI comes in. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, known as SPH, has spent over 50 years gathering, living, and teaching spiritual knowledge. Not just philosophy. We're talking about practical sciences, agriculture, medicine, food, physics, cosmology, law, economics, urban planning. All of it rooted in the oldest living traditions on the planet. And for most of history, this knowledge lived in manuscripts, in oral traditions, in books that very few people ever got to read. SPH's contribution here is not small. It is the entire foundation of this project. His teachings, over 200,000 hours of recorded discourses, his books, his courses, his spiritual programs delivered across the world, the knowledge he received through his guru lineage, and his own realizations. All of this became the backbone of what Ask Nithyananda AI is today. Without SPH, there is no Nithyananda AI. Simple as that. Now here's what makes the scale of this hard to fully wrap your head around. Over 60,000 contributors worked together to collect ancient sources. They preserved manuscripts. They digitized scriptures. They organized traditional sciences into searchable knowledge repositories. The result? 20 million digitized source texts, 2 petabytes of proprietary knowledge, 121 specialized AIs, all working together inside one system. This is not a chatbot built over a weekend. This is a civilizational scale preservation project. Think of it like building a national library, except the library also answers your questions in real time. Now let's talk about what actually makes this AI different from everything else out there. Most AI systems are built around one goal: answer the question, complete the task, move on. Ask Nithyananda AI is built differently. It runs on an AI constitution, and that constitution is based on the Hindu concept of Dharma. Dharma, at its core, means living in a way that is ethical, truthful, and life positive. And the entire AI is designed around that principle. It also covers the 4 aims of human life from Hindu philosophy: your material well-being, your relationships and joy, your search for meaning, all kept in balance. A 2024 study from Emory University looked at what happens when you train an AI on religious texts. The result? The AI got better at identifying hate speech for every religious text they used. But when they trained on the Vedas specifically, the improvement was the biggest of all, around 14%. That's real research saying grounding an AI in ancient wisdom makes it more fair, more responsible, not less. Now let's talk about value, because the numbers here are striking. Leading AI systems, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok, Perplexity, were all independently asked to assess Ask Nithyananda AI. They looked at architecture, knowledge assets, societal impact, and future potential. The commercial valuation came in between $20 million and $500 million. The total social and economic value, between $3.2 billion and $11.5 billion. The heritage asset value of the 20 million texts alone, approximately $3.3 billion. And the value delivered to each active user, between $5,300 and $20,000 per year. These are not marketing numbers. These came from independent AI assessments. So what can you actually do with Ask Nithyananda AI? You can ask it questions about health, relationships, purpose, and daily life, and get answers rooted in thousands of years of tested wisdom. You can explore ancient sciences that were never available in digital form before. You can access the kind of depth that simply doesn't exist anywhere else on the internet. This is what preservation looks like in the 21st century.
We are living in a moment where ancient knowledge could disappear forever. Or it could be saved and made more accessible than ever before. Ask Nithyananda AI is choosing the second path, and SPH's lifetime of work is the reason any of this is even possible. Want to try it yourself? Just visit ask.nithyananda.ai or scan the QR code on your screen right now.
The primary, fundamental, foundational, first principle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is Guru-disciple relationship. Everything starts there, everything ends there, but this itself does not end.
Guru Purnima day is such an auspicious day. Whatever incompletion, impossibility, no patterns you carry, drop all that today. Offer all that to me, I'll burn them away. And take up the possibility as a lifestyle. Become part of the Sangha. Live Advaita.
The primary, fundamental, foundational, first principle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is Guru-disciple relationship. Everything starts there, everything ends there, but this itself does not end.
Guru Purnima day is such an auspicious day. Whatever incompletion, impossibility, no patterns you carry, drop all that today. Offer all that to me, I'll burn them away.
The primary, fundamental, foundational, first principle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is Guru-disciple relationship. Everything starts there, everything ends there, but this itself does not end.
Guru Purnima day is such an auspicious day. Whatever incompletion, impossibility, no patterns you carry, drop all that today. Offer all that to me, I'll burn them away. And take up the possibility as a lifestyle. Become part of the Sangha. Live Advaita.
பகவான் கைலாசம் ஒரு பெரிய கொடுத்தாங்க. அது ஒரு பகவான் கைலாசம் ஒரு பெரிய கொடுத்தாங்க. அது ஒரு பகவான் கைலாசம் பெரிய அது ஒரு
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्ता साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धा भिषङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडा गणनायक गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all for the experiential session on Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. Till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you, whatever you are perceiving as of now, to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Whatever you think as you as of now, from this to whatever you can think of you, perceive you, all that put together is Jiva. There will be a space where you can't perceive you separately. That is Shiva. The basic unit of Jiva, I'll explain now. Listen carefully. Basic unit of Jiva. Listen. You all know in your day-to-day experience, sometime you are with thoughts. I should say most of the time maybe. You are with thoughts. There are some moments in your life where you don't have thoughts, without thoughts. I can project this on you in your screen. I project it on LED screen. Listen, with thoughts, now, there are some moments in your life where you don't have thoughts, every night deep sleep. That is why you wait for that moment where you can forget your spouse and boss. There are some moments in your day-to-day life without thoughts. And there are some moments in your life where you have that clear I identity with I consciousness. Now, for example, now, how many of you feel you have that I identity clearly, I consciousness? If you have not raised the hand, you don't have. Okay. Waking state, you have that I, that idea. Listen carefully. The dream state, you don't have that I clearly. That is why the thoughts are driving you. The I is not able to do anything in your dream. You can see your thoughts are acting, functioning in much higher frequency than your individual I. How many of you understand what I am saying? That is why I am saying in the dream state you do not have the I clearly. In the deep sleep you don't have the I completely. How many of you understand there is a space in you where there is no I? So the basic unit units of your life is with thoughts, without thoughts, with I consciousness, without I consciousness. These four crisscrosses each other. I'll explain. When you have thoughts and the identity, idea, I, both, it is called waking state, where almost 80% of you are. Not 100%, I'm seeing still. Some are in Pongal Samadhi, some are in Puri Samadhi, some are in Vada Samadhi, some are in Pav Bhaji Samadhi. I don't know what is the evening snacks. Huh? Mixture. Okay. Mixture and bundi Samadhi. Whatever. In the waking state, you have I and thoughts, both. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? I want you to come along with me so that when I explain the 25 states, it will be literally experience for you. First understand, step by step. Where you have thoughts and I consciousness, that is Jagrat state. Where you have thoughts, but the I identity is not strong enough. It is almost non-existent. That is why in one night itself you will see the dream of you getting married, you writing exams, you being chastened by the tiger and elephant and lion. All bad dreams. No. The I is not that clear. Thoughts drive the whole happening. Thinking, thoughts are there, but I consciousness is not there. That is what I call dream state. If you have any doubts, I will further give you more examples and give you clarity. There is a space where you neither have I thought nor have thoughts. You neither have I consciousness nor have thoughts. That's what I call deep sleep. I think 20% of you are there. Whoever has not laughed, I know, they are there. Where you do not have I consciousness and you do not have thoughts. Both are missing. That is what I call sushupti, deep sleep state. Then there is a fourth state, very rarely you experience, where you have I, but you don't have thoughts. Very rarely, when you are having energization. When you are really, really unclutched, or when you go through a very powerful energy experience, those moments, you get the glimpse of it. We call it Turiya, where there's no thought, but there is that I exist. The whole Buddhist enlightenment is only up to Turiya. Understand, these four are the basic units of consciousness, in Sanskrit, I use the word Jakrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Turiya means simply fourth state, that's all. Fourth state. There's no meaning for the word Turiya technically. Technically, Turiya, if you translate that word Turiya, means fourth state. Maybe in English I can give a new word, awakened state. I myself can create a word, that's all. There is no English translation. If I translate that word Turiya, it only comes as fourth state. Listen, there is a fifth state on which all these four states operates. All these four functions, that fifth state is almost like this board. Board on which all these four happens in you. The idea of I, the awareness, the consciousness, whatever. That is called Turiyatita, alive state, where the wax out of which your waking state and dream state is made is under your control. You can melt this wax and make whatever you want. Anything you want, it will be under your control. I'll try to repeat once more. Waking state is the state where you have the idea I and thoughts. Dream state where you have thoughts but no idea I, stable I. That is why in one dream itself you will feel you are writing examination, and same way you will feel you have your son next to you. You would have written examination much before your marriage. This examination fear is one of the strong wedge inserted into your consciousness. How many of you, after 3-4 years of your education got over, used to have a dream that you missed your examination? God, please keep the hands up. I never had this dream. First of all, I don't have a dream. Next thing, I never went to examination. So both problems. Neither I have dreams, nor I went to examinations. Examination fear is the strongest wedge inserted into human consciousness. If we can remove examinations from our education system, world will become non-violent. Really, world will become non-violent.
Examination is the worst thing. You go through most horrible experience thinking that if you go through this experience, you may never need to go through any other horrible experiences in your life. It's like I read a one-liner. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the problems, trials, tests, difficulties, which will not be there if he is not there in your life. Now, examination is almost like that only. I am seeing thousands of people every day, either in classes, programs, or giving personal interviews, darshans, or people who come to hear about their Akashic records, whatever. With all my experience, I tell you, the largest reason human beings suffer without experiencing the fourth state is examination fear. The human beings I dealt with, mostly Indians I can say, with thoughts, without the idea, what you go through is swapna, dream state. Neither thoughts nor the identity I, both does not exist. That is the sushupti, deep sleep state. And you have the thought I, but you have the consciousness, identity I, but no thoughts. That's very rare phenomena. Very rarely you go through that during energization, initiation, or Kundalini awakening. That is Turiya. So this is the basic unit. The space where all these four is happening, like this board on which all the four are written, that space is called Turiyadita. Alive state. The fourth state is awakened state. Fifth is alive, Turiyadita. I want you to take few minutes and take notes. Usually I'll say you don't need to take notes, listen. But now I want you to write also once more, so you are all clear. I can take you to the next step. Please listen. First, I want you to intellectually understand this column. Then I'll explain step by step and define the states of consciousness and give you the example and raise you to that experience. I'll do it literally like a process. When I'm doing that, I'm going to be sitting center of you guys. We'll be sitting in mandala and I'll be there down in with you guys. Now I only want you to understand intellectually. Listen. All these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya,
All these five states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand? Both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line, head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti, deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes, not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing sushupti and sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes in the whole 6 hours or 8 hours you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, that Sushupti and Swapna. Then Sushupti and Jakrat, Sushupti and Turiya, Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. That line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 that becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It's good, sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. That tantrum throwing child. So better I will use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. Even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever, come what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I'm calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life, that personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through $25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave one example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? How many of you are able to catch what I am describing? Please raise your hand. Next, the tantrum throwing child is in waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I'll call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, which I marked. Seeking awakened but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed. But you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking but not active. Means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen and or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark. The awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say a big capital letter no to everything external. But you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Next, Turyatita and Sushupti. When you enter Turyatita, when the tantrum throwing child enters into Turyatita and the logic is in Sushupti, I call this accidental enlightenment. No, there are few people who got this. They got it accidentally by Guru's grace or by the high energy experience without their logic planning for it. This J. Krishnamurti actually had a glimpse, but accidentally. The next, your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream but go back to the deep sleep, again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experience this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? See, I'll put it in a very simple way. What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand, you will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire, you will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand, next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya, and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently, because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages, because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mungus. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mangus or mungus? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mungus. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, in whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. Next,
the tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. I think now many are experiencing Bhava Samadhi. I am seeing many faces. Already experienced. I think I am experientially putting you in Sushupti. I am experientially showing you Sushupti. If your belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turiyatita, that's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turiyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turiyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what is called Turiyatita, which becomes permanent. Thank you. Be blissful. Space, Kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word Kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only.
So what he left it for us to understand. From that, the word kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. Resting in that state, operating in that space, manifesting the powers of that space. For that understanding space, whatever we need to understand, I am going to give you those understandings. All of you are clear? Actually, if I have to speak on space, 2,000-3,000 verses Mahadeva is giving in various agamas on kasha, on space. Even this cloth is called kashaya because only a fellow who is established in that space can wear this cloth. That's why the cloth is called kashaya. Whoever is constantly in the space of akasa, only they can wear this cloth, this color. Two, 3,000 verses he explains about the space. I'm going to give you some maybe 20 ideas which is useful for you to manifest powers of Sadashiva and to understand the space of Sadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I'm not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. First time when you started using the word depression, various explanation. It is nothing but Shiva, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva, like that. Depression. Means Shiva becomes Sadashiva and Mahasadashiva. Like that, depression becomes depression and depression. When you started using these words, cherishing these words and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a tons. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, you had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Now, sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva dancing in the space of Chidambara generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words. See, when I go to the temple, such a peace happens to me. Initially, it may not have been that big experience. But the good words repeated, third time when you go to the temple, really you will have that peace. How many of you experienced this? That's all. Generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa. Kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Don't come and give me a big letter. Oh, still I have some doubts about you. Then die. Who cares? You are an adult. You pick up the word. Is somebody else sitting in your head and picking up the word? Nothing else can be done. Don't try to, ooh, ooh. No. Still I am feeling very negative about spirituality. Then what can be done? You are an adult. You decide which thought current you decide to cherish as your part. I can teach only to adults. My kids may not be adults, but they are matured. Understand, their very connection with me makes them matured. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. Then I will teach you about, make you understand about the space. End of the day, it is not teaching. I am just making you understand the spare parts you have. what I am giving you is owner's manual. I am not giving you any disciplinary. I am just telling you how to ride the bike. You go in 200 miles or 600 miles speed, I don't care. I am okay whether you do a race, a bike race, or you go for a pleasure ride. That is up to you. I am giving you owner's manual. These are the spare parts you have, and these are the effects and side effects you will have. And I want to tell you guys, this Rudraksha holds the space. This Rudraksha, see, just like battery has a capacity to hold the neutron, electron, that proton, that all the electricity activity, Rudraksha has a capacity to hold somebody's space. All the Rudraksha you are wearing is holding Mahadeva's space. It is energized and brought to you. So Mahadeva's space is put in that. Karukkidai Nikandu is done. Then it reaches you. You can, even that word, record that word Karukkidai Nikandu means impregnating with a thought current or experience. It is not even impregnating. The Karukkidai means making you deliver. It's end to end actually. Not just impregnating. Then you may get aborted, who knows? So Karukkidai means successfully making you deliver this thought current as your experience. Karukkidai Nigandu. The word is from Prakrit. I think one of my important contribution is going to be reviving all these sweet words from Agamas and making them all day-to-day used words. Listen. Next, one simple understanding. The space inside you, space in which you are breathing, and the whole space. Listen, 3 words I am uttering. Space inside you, where you are alive, where you feel you are alive. The space you are alive. The space where you are breathing. And the whole space where you are living. Taharakasha means where your life is pulsating. Taharakasha. The realization science, self-realization science is called Taharavidya. Taharakasha, where you are alive inside your body frame. That space. Where you are breathing. This is Nithyananda Sabha. This is called Katakasham. The whole is called Mahakasham. The words you reverberate inside decides the quality of your state. The words you generate in your breathing space decides quality of your space and life. The words you generate with the cosmos decides your existence, mantras. The words you generate here, I can't tolerate, I am irritated. You understand the examples? Now you understand why I gave those examples and made you do the homework? Taharakasha. Along with the power manifestation, I am programming this whole thing inside you as a powerful cognition. See, goal is actually you manifesting powerful cognitions only. Power manifestation is to inspire you to manifest powerful cognitions. And it is not that it is something wrong. And Mahadeva, such amazing software developer, his whole system is only to the level of enlightenment you will manifest powers. Because it is from there he is making you manifest. See, in the Yoga Vedanta Sampradaya, towards enlightenment you manifest powers. But here, from the grounding of enlightenment you manifest powers. So the whole software Shaktipada is different. And one more thing you need to know. You need to be very careful about whose breathing space you are breathing and listening to these great ideas, because Shaktipada happens. Understand? You need to know, when you take any help, you grasp, you imbibe the foundation context on which they are sitting, they are standing. All of you are clear? If you go to a guru who says siddhis are wrong, they come during enlightenment and they stop your enlightenment, and you heard that is hell for you. Because he knows only that science and he is doing Shaktipada with you, only that, and that will be your reality. If you go to a guru who says, hey, it is from established groundedness of Sadashivatva, the powers manifest. Understand? When you become Shiva, Shakti manifests in you. That's all. When you listen to this truth and manifest powers, this is your Shaktipada and this is your reality. So you need to be very clear from where you are getting Shaktipada, from whom you are getting Shaktipada, and is that system authorized by the Shastras? That is too important. Siddhi is stepmother. In Tamil, Siddhi means stepmother. Shakti is mother. Adi Shakti. Understand one more thing. For you to manifest Shakti, you need a strong Shaktipada with a master who has already mastered this science. When there is no master to give the Shaktipada, teaching yoga is the best. You can do it from manual book. Why do you think yoga became very popular? Because you don't need masters. Teachers are enough. But for Shakti to manifest, actually, only if you manifest Shakti after the Shaktipada, it is called Shaktipada. Otherwise, it is Verum Pada. Not Shaktipada. Only if you manifest Shakti after the Shaktipada, it is Shaktipada. Otherwise, it is what? Pada, that's all. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chitakasha. The state, space where you live. The state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Gatam. No, Gatam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. Anaprandarium. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment science. Now, whatever I am talking to you, all this can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence. Tahara. Grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha. the space of your life, alive, your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in. Feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? I tell you, if this science can be taught in schools, the whole quality of the humanity will become different. The words you utter, actually, what we should do, that fork is there, what is the name? Spoon. Can you guys get one? We have the tuning fork. It should be given to everyone. Just 24 hours you should experiment. Every time you utter a bad word inside you, you should hit that and feel. I have damaged my state. Now for you to remember, just 24 hours is enough. So much awakening will happen to you. How many times you are damaging you? Understand? After a few days, you logically start substantiating this self-sabotage pattern. What is there? That is the way it is. All right, I stop self-sabotaging. As if my life is going to become better or what? See, my business is failing. My life is ruining. All right, now I will stop doing all these self-sabotage patterns. So it's going to become better. It means what? You yourself have come to the conclusion that you are doing is okay. How many of you understand with what I said? So, okay, a lot of drainage water is coming into your home because of flood, then why not drink it? Let's drink. No, that's what you are coming to conclusion, am I right? So you are saying, okay, I am not drinking it. Is it stopping coming here or what? I am not saying it's coming or stopping coming and all that. But this is not the way to go about. Understand, even if it is not immediate pleasant, do only right. Kathopanishad says, right, not pleasant. Even if it is not immediate pleasant, do right, not pleasant. The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as katakasha or chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create chitakasha. If you are uttering without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions, and manifest default reality by fault, that is called katakasha. Listen, default reality is katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists that you don't know anything. You don't know ABCD of Mahakasha. Please understand, just because you have seen some movies, some Chakabuk, no. We do not know anything about Mahakasha. It's only a word you need to be introduced. That's all. Whatever is Mahakasha. That's all. See, one more thing you need to know. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. The next few understandings about cosmology. Actually now it's not even understanding, it's bomb. Mahadeva says you don't have a soul till you get enlightened. Now this is the most funny thing. He says, till you are solidified with the consciousness manifesting, you are only the accident of play of Katakasha and body-mind. Not Taharakasha. Listen carefully. I'll explain. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. I'll be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Listen. That is why Agama says, only when you are initiated, life enters into you. In Vedic tradition, we have something called Dvija, reborn. By birth, only the Katakasha keeps you alive, not Taharakasha. Taharakasha is infused into you by the person who is operating from Mahakasha through Chitakasha. Too many words. Come on, I'll repeat. the individual soul in you is breathed by the person who is breathing the cosmos into you through his breathing space. That's the translation. Till then, your perception of existence is because of the ambience of the Katakasha, like in your mother's womb, even though you kick, hit, move, do everything, you cannot be called as individual soul. By its Vatavarana, it appears as if you are alive. So, it is only substandard of consciousness. I should not even use the word consciousness. Substandard existence. How many of you are getting? Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. You need to use your will persistence ferociously. You need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area. Even though there is no independent individual energy exists, you have soul only when you manifest powers. Now that is what is the conclusion. And do you know funny thing? People who are not initiated or not manifesting powers, he classifies them as Panjama, and murdering of those people is not punishable crime. Sorry for... No, I am not saying we should take this literally, but I am saying the importance he gives for power manifestation and awakening the Pratyekatma Chaitanya Jagratam. You should read in this way, not in this way. You should read the importance Mahadeva gives for power manifestation. You should not read in this way, saying, oh, he doesn't have a respect for life. Now let's come to the point, what is will persistence and what is will? Listen, will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept unused. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence. And will. You need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. In the length dimension, your whole past is required, only then you can move towards future. You need to know about your past history, only then you will have the confidence about building your future. That is why British destroyed our history first. So we will lose confidence. Destroying history is not a small thing, it's a strategy. Destroy it so he doesn't know his possibilities. Just before extinction, I have come, so don't worry, it cannot be destroyed. 79 would have been too late. It cannot be destroyed now. I am grounded. We have grounded enough now. The important lesson you need to know, understanding you need to know with all this is, for consciousness to manifest in the form of will and power manifestation to happen, you do not need pre-training. Astra is different, Shastra is different. Astra means you meditate on Nagadevata, goddess of snake, and get the boon from that Nagadevata and keep Nagastra and put it in the bow and send it. That is Astra, Nagastra. Where pre-process is done and loaded. Shastra means you just pick up something, use only your will and send it. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Womanizer, Arunagiri Nadar, not Arunagiri Yogeshwarar, Arunagiri Nadar, who lived in Tiruvannamalai, he gets Kailasa Padavi. He gets to go to Kailash and come back with a Parijata flower. But a fellow who was in the Parijata flower garden, Sundarar, just because he saw the Rudraganyas in a little flirting way, he has been sent down. Understand these two stories. A womanizer goes to Parijata garden and brings Parijata flower. The fellow who is in that garden serving Mahadeva whole day and night, who was supposed to have been such an intimate assistant, who brought even Alahala to Mahadeva, just a flirting look, he has been sent back to Buloka. So fundamentally, Mahadeva asked Sundara, what do you want from now? Forget about what happened. This moment and now, what do you want? You want to enjoy them, then go and finish and come back. For Arunagirinathar, forget about what has happened. Now what do you want? I want Kailasa Padavi. Come on, have it. Understand, past, the good news I have for you. Past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, Akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with Akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Now do you want to manifest power and cognize what I am sharing with you, not believe. Because I am not talking some stupidity you need to believe. I am talking science. You don't need to believe. Come on. Cognize it. Belief is a prerequisite if some stupidity is going to be dumped on your head. Here I am sitting and analyzing the science of life, science of existence. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience, I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel, listen carefully, after the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and makes it into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Understand? Whether this is Ponnambalam or part, Kata or Chita is up to you. In part, what you can do? Only. In Ponnambalam only you can dance. In Chitakasha only you can dance. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life, the frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed, Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence with the will persistence, you start manifesting not only powers, even the life as you want. Kata Akasha becomes Chita Akasha. Understand? In Kata Akasha, Kauravas are cooked. In Chita Akasha, Pandavas are cooked. See how Pandavas are born? Kundi calls gods and goddesses. Out of will, they are generated. Chida Akasha. How Kauravas are cooked? Kept in the pot. From Kata Akasha, Kauravas manifest. From Chida Akasha, Pandavas manifest. 5, but conscious. 101, but unconscious. It's not 100, 101 actually. One daughter and 100 sons. I don't know how many of you know Pandavas also have one sister, but before born she's dead. She was dead then. The Madhuri, Pandu had a curse that if you have a physical relationship with anybody, you will die, and he was not able to control himself, has a physical relationship with the second wife. That Nahula and Sahadeva's mother. That night, see the power of Pandu was such, because for quite a long time he was celibate. Within 24 hours the child has happened. But before the delivery, she also entered into Sati and left the body. So, died before birth. But one sister. Karna was never called Pandava because before the marriage of Pandu he was born. So he was only called Kaundeya. Kundi's son, not Pandava's son. Bio-memory from Pandu, muscle memory from Kundi, bio-energy from those gods. That's the way they were born. With Karna, bio-energy and bio-memory both Surya gave. That is why even the body had Kavacha, Vajra. Unless you understand Agama, you cannot understand Puranas of Hinduism. You need to know the Agama as a context to know the Puranas of Hinduism. Conclusion of these truths I am sharing with you, you do not need pre-training for power manifestation. Now if you decide, Swamiji says, life is continuous rhythm, rhythmic continuum. I have option either to cognize with my own capacity. I have one more option till I cognize, because he cognized and he will do only good to me. I am deciding to vote for him and cognize this. With this strength, let me start acting out what I am supposed to act out from this cognition. Is initiation. How many of you are getting? That is what is Shaktipada. See, life is rhythmic continuum. You can realize only if you die 3 times and see. Before death, keep the accounts in your muscle memory, die, and after coming out, pull it out and check whether all the house, number of houses, wives, cars, properties handed over to you. And after 3 times checking only, I think bank is working properly, okay. Do you want to do that? I think this guy is saying he has seen many times. He must be telling only good for me. Let me try it out, putting my understanding as his understanding. Let me cognize and see. Like how in the maths teachers they say, let's keep x equal to y for the sake of solving this problem. Once you solve the problem, then it becomes yours. See, once you keep this cognition as a proposal and manifest the powers, after that you don't need to die and see. This cognition is yours now, because it has worked for you. How many of you are understanding? See, till you manifest the power only, this is a proposal. Will you become me? Understand? Once you manifested the power based on that cognition, then what happens? Then it is yours. Then it is your realization. Yeah, Acharya should have the capacity to convince the disciple to keep this as a proposal till the manifestation happens. That is the qualification of Acharya. Acharya needs a different frequency. He has to be so strongly manifesting. See, when I am proposing, saying, hey, till you manifest powers, keep this life is rhythmic continuum. I should be able to command your inner space and should have proved at least in few people a good track record. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Otherwise, why will you say, life is continuous rhythm, who cares, go. An Acharya who occupies the seat of Sarvanyapita has to be strong enough by his own authority. When he proposes, disciples should be able to hold it and try it out. Because till it manifests in you, I am responsible. See, this life is continuous rhythm. Once you manifest the powers associated with that understanding, that powerful cognitions, then your self-doubt, all that doesn't matter. Your being cognizes, hey, this is the truth. Your being just grasps. Your logic do not know, but your being acts it out, is what is falling in love. You will fall in love with these higher cognitions. Nothing can be done. You just know this is the way you are going to be. You will not bother about anything else. How many of you are catching what I am saying? That falling in love with higher cognitions. An Acharya should be authoritative enough, authentic enough to present this proposal and make the ball roll. Because now you are going to get into the virtuous circle. One higher cognition, one power manifestation, then because of that more trust on the more higher cognition, and more trust means more power manifestation. That's virtuous circle. Otherwise vicious circle. No faith, no higher cognition. Faith is too small word. No higher cognition, no power manifestation, only powerlessness manifestation, and more depression, and more lower cognition, and more depression. Somebody has to stop the snowballing effect and push it out that side. From Taitriya Redas, somebody has to push it and send it to us Urtva Redas. That is exactly I do during the initiations. Stopping this Taitriya Redas idea and pushing it out as Urtva Redas. Listen. With this cognition I am giving, life is rhythmic continuum. First thing, powerful cognition. Fear of death is not there. Second, responsibility. I have to come to completion with this wife, otherwise she is going to come back. No, with any situation, not wife or boss, completion is the only freedom. Till then it is going to be continuum. Freedom and responsibility both. You do not need earlier training. Decide now. Life is a continuous rhythm. Then what all is the effect and side effect of the way I cognize me and my fears, my desires? my understanding, my goal, my vision, my mission, my existence. I think that is where fear comes. Oh, too many things are at stake. This is what is washing your brain, not brainwashing. Understand? This is not brainwashing. Washing all the dirt we collected. Washing all the blind spots. Just with this one understanding, life is continuous rhythm. You can become enlightened and manifest all the powers. That puts so much of trust on life. All your insecurities are humbug. All your possessiveness is humbug. Understand? Own but don't possess. Owning means taking responsibility to include everyone and share. Possessing means owning it to exclude everyone else. The whole Indian village economy will be all about owning, not possessing. If your friends, family or brothers have money, you have a right to go and ask, hey, you have na, give, I have a problem. There is no such thing as, hey, it is yours. If you have, come on. Because our mental structure was all about owning, not possessing. Your idea about possession, your idea about people, your idea about wealth, your idea about your mission, your idea about your existence, all will go through a huge acid wash. If you just relax with this one cognition, life is continuous rhythm. How many of you already are feeling the effect and side effect of this one truth in you? Few minutes. Can you pen down whatever you want, you pen down about this truth. If this becomes your experience, what all will be the first changes you will find in your life? See, after power manifestation, it is going to make your experience, not now. But suddenly you manifest powers really. And this becomes your realization. What all the immediate effect going to happen in your day-to-day life and in your day-to-day thinking? Few minutes. What all you may want to do, or what is the changes you think will happen if you experience life is continuous rhythm? I tell you, this will give you such a tremendous grounded healing. You will make wealth like a ghost and you will live peacefully like a saint. Your asa gets converted into pasa and collapsing your whole life. The desire becomes blind spot because you don't add awareness to it. If you have tremendous healing, trust on life, desire becomes Icha Shakti. Icha becomes Icha Shakti. I tell you, Icha is not wrong. Making blind spots out of Icha is wrong. Life is rhythmic continuum. If you avoid this boss in this life, it's not that you are going to be liberated. You will project the same boss in your life continuously till you come to completion with the pattern why you are projecting the same type of people in your life. Karma sabalyam is janma sabalyam. Not changing place, person, situation. No. Karma sabalyam is janma sabalyam. Means Completion of the karma is completion of Janma. But always what we think, somehow if I escape from this boss, I am saved. If I escape from this person, I am saved. If I escape from this situation, I am saved. Sometimes we say, okay, I need to escape from karma, but let me first escape from the situation, then I will plan. Listen, if you decide to change the karma and want to escape from the immediate problem, God will support you completely. Any man who decides for completion, the whole cosmos supports him. Cosmos is not interested in taking revenge on you. It is interested in rejuvenating you. Listen to this important truth. Let me solve my karma pattern, but immediately I want to get rid of this few mess up. How many of you have that kind of a thought current and request? Raise your hand. Pen down that. Because I'll invoke enough energy that you are immediately rid of that messes as miraculously. With the commitment, you are going to get rid of the karma pattern once for all. The moment you want to transform, I have authority to use all my powers to empower you. Because all these powers are to transform you. Yesterday I made the statement, life is continuous rhythm. How that and space is connected. Listen. There is a part of you again and again forgets you are going to die. Gives confidence to you as if you are going to exist forever. How many of you understand that? Again, there is a part of you which always puts you in fear of non-existence, that one day everything is going to go away, what will happen to you? How many of you understand that? Both of you are getting, all of you are getting it? One group of people always scream, oh, people are forgetting they are going to die, that is why they are doing all nonsense. No. People are forgetting they are going to be there forever, that is why they are doing nonsense. Listen carefully. If you remember you are going to die and all the decisions you take, it is called dharma. If you remember you are going to be there forever and all the decisions you take, that is called moksha. Definition of dharma and moksha. Dharma, mental setup, and moksha, mental setup. Listen, all moral teachers need to remind you are going to die. All moksha teachers need to remind you are never going to die. All moral teachers will torture you saying you are going to die, don't do this, don't do that. All liberation gurus need to teach you, you are never going to die, you are never going to die, you are never going to die. How many of you are getting this dharma thought current and moksha thought current? When you think you are going to die, the decisions you take is morality, dharma. When you understand you are never going to die, the decisions you take, the space you enjoy is moksha. Moksha thought current. All moksha thought current leads good to you and to others. I am not blaming dharma thought current, but that is not ultimate. When you don't have moksha thought current, eat dharma thought current. When you don't have idli and chutney, eat the burger and die. When you have idli and tamarind rice, why will you eat burger? When you can enjoy nice sugarcane juice, all these, why will you go for burning alcohol, which literally burns your system? Mahadeva defines dharma thought current. Mrityu Smarana, remembrance that you are going to die. Whatever actions, decisions, feelings invoked in you develops dharma, and remembrance you are never going to die. Whatever powerfulness is invoked in you, that evolves as moksha. Your inner space should be hit with the idea life is continuous rhythm. Understand? Hit your takara kasha with understanding life is continuous rhythm, powers will start manifesting. See, I tell you, all your thoughts either manifest powerlessness or power. It cannot just be dead. No. It cannot be your retired mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, even retired, cannot keep quiet. Indian mother-in-laws especially. I am seeing many people are looking this side and that side. I think if your mother-in-law is here, you are confirming. Indian mother-in-law cannot keep quiet even after retirement. Any thought invoked or provoked in you cannot keep quiet. It has to generate powerfulness or powerlessness. Hitting your inner space powerfully with the sacred truth, life is continuous rhythm. Akanda means unbroken. Kanda means broken. Akanda means unbroken. You may think, how can power manifest if I just think life is continuous rhythm? It will manifest because I am telling you to do that. Because you never understood power of your will. You always have been clouded. Next understanding, listen. Even if it is dharma also, if the decision comes from the powerless cognition, it should be given up. Listen carefully. Even if it is dharma also, if the decision comes from powerless cognition, it should be given up when you have met the moksha guru, not till then. Only after you hear these words directly, sarvadharman parityajya mamyegam sharanam vraja aham tva sarva babebhyo moksha ikshyami masuchaha. Understand, here Krishna gives the assurance, I will liberate you from everything. You drop whatever you know as dharma and surrender and do. When you hear this, only then you can give up dharma, not till then. When you hear, you have to give up dharma, not after that. Now I am going to make you understand why dharma is good but not enough. Because even though it is good for many people around you, not good for you because it stems out of powerlessness and makes the powerlessness more and more stronger. How many of you can catch immediately 2-3 things at least in your life to match with what I am saying? Pen down. Your powerlessness decisions, but useful for others, which continues to keep you powerless, and others now have a vested interest to keep you powerless. That is when sometimes dharma becomes bondage. How many of you are understanding that stark difference between dharma thought current and moksha thought current? Life is continuous rhythm. Means you are not going to die, moksha. You are going to die, remember, dharma. Do not measure dharma or moksha based on its effect on others. Measure based on its effects of that on you. Its effect on you. When you declare life is continuous rhythm, fundamentally what happens, suddenly your gear is shifted to consciousness. If you are a body, life cannot be continuous rhythm. If life is continuous rhythm, then who you are? Consciousness. That is when it hits your inner space and makes you manifest powers and powerful cognitions. Understand, when you are generating a will, if you remember your consciousness, that will becomes reality. Mama sangalpam Shiva sangalpamastu. Let my will become Sadashiva's will. When it will become? If you are consciousness. You may think all this can happen just by thinking. Life is continuous rhythm, shifts your existence from body, mind to consciousness. So from that moment, before any clouding starts in you, the will you generate starts manifesting powers. How many of you are catching what I am saying? See, if again cloud comes and you remember your body, your mind, and your husband, your wife, your man, you are this, you are that, then all mama sangalpam, kada sangalpam astu. That's all. That fleeting second, few split seconds, where the gear is shifted to consciousness, where you don't remember about how beautiful you are, the makeup you are supposed to put to make you more beautiful, and how rich you are, and the money you are supposed to add more to your bank to make you more rich, where you don't remember all this taritriyata. Taritriya means nothing. See, listen, the word means not enough concept. The idea of not enough, that's all. Taritra means the idea of not enough, that's all, nothing else. It is the idea of not enough pulls you out of your conscious space. You cannot do anything directly about that. Forget about it. But from conscious gear, when you declare some will persistence and manifest powers, your inner space starts enjoying and romancing with that idea, your consciousness. See, my only job is I need to create a cherished romance inside you about your conscious existence or conscious part of you. That's all is my job. Are you all getting? See, you have a lot of cherished romance about you existing as your body, you existing as your mind. I need to generate and make you cherish the romance of you existing as consciousness. This whole power manifestation drama is that's all, nothing else. Generating romance and letting you cherish with the idea you are consciousness, you are Mahadeva, you are Sadashiva. When I say conscious, you can use the word super conscious and supro super conscious or whatever. Meha super conscious, Maha super conscious, okay, that's all okay. How many of you are getting what I am saying? I tell you, with this understanding, you don't even need others' third eyes to see what is happening in New York. You can directly see your consciousness, all pervading space. Why New York? Start seeing what is happening in the moon and the sun. Start seeing what is happening in the Jupiter. Sunny Perchi, you go to Sunny and talk to him and come back. How many are feeling this? Life is continuous rhythm is a very powerful way of ironing out your whole inner space. From the various angles, I am trying to iron it out. Mahadeva, the way he defines itself, he provokes you to manifest him. He is not talking to you in the language where after that you can just tie the book and put it under your pillow or above that paran. Paran in English? Huh? Loft. You can put the book in the loft and sleep well. He charges you up so much. You just have to manifest him. You just have to manifest him. It has to become reality. Shiva means reality. I'll tell you exactly when Agama was revealed. I'll tell you. All the Vedas. In his formlessness, he breathed all the Vedas and handed over the Vedas to Brahma, telling him, come on, create the whole creation and let things happen. Brahma did a beautiful job. He created, and then the whole Manu did an amazing job based on the Vedic knowledge, wrote a practical dictum, a constitution, kind of a social structure laws. Everything was going very well. Then Manu's Smriti, Daksha developed. Manu's daughter's husband is Daksha Prajapati. He developed a next level of very precise theories, like a currency, the whole concept of exchange, all that started by Daksha Smriti only. It's not from Manu Smriti. From Daksha Smriti only, the exchange items, all that thing starts. Everything was going smooth. Then Vishnu and Brahma, they request Mahadeva, Sadashiva, to assume a body and assist them in the physical plane. Then Sadashiva assumes the body. That is when the Sati falls in love, when he was there in the Himalayas. And they elope and get married and all this whole mess that Daksha Prajapati opposes. And then finally Sati gives up the body. This whole mess has happened. Then Mahadeva withdraws Adi Shakti into himself. He sits as Sadashiva and Adi Shakti together. That is what is Dakshinamurti form. That is why in all Rajeshwari temples there will not be Shiva. In all Dakshinamurti temples there will not be Devi. Because in Dakshinamurti form he is both. In Rajeshwari form he is both. When the male component is sucked into the female component, he is Rajeshwari. When the female component is sucked into the male component, he is Dakshinamurti. In no Dakshinamurti temple there will be Devi. So he sits as Dakshinamurti. Sapta Rishis come to Mahadeva with a complaint. Now how can we follow something written by a person who is not respected, who has not respected you? See, Daksha evolves the Smriti. So all the Saptarishis say, we neither want Daksha's Smriti nor wants Manu's Smriti. You yourself give practical applied technology also from your own mouth. That is why the pure science Veda, he himself gives applied technology Agama. Otherwise, earlier the applied technology was given by Manu only. Manu and Daksha Prajapati only evolved the social system based on the original Vedas. Because of this situation, Mahadeva teaches to Sabda Rishis in Dadiji Ashram. That is where the Agama gets revealed to Sabda Rishis. He himself gives applied technology. From that time, the Smarta, Smriti Sampradaya and Saiva goes on fighting with each other. The Smarta Saiva problem starts from that time. Means Yoga Vedanta and Vedagama. Started from there, till now it is continuing. Even though always Shaivism means end of the day, it is continuing. See, all of you know this tuning fork. One, if you just beat one and keep it near, other one also will start vibrating. And literally, like tuning fork hitting the space, hit your inner space with the thought current, life is continuous rhythm. And I tell you, just like how vibrating fork, if you bring this near, this also starts vibrating. I am a vibrating being, consciousness. When you come near, your space also starts vibrating with that very frequency. And I can comfortably vibrate all of you. Few minutes. Let's vibrate our brain with this one truth. Please understand. Most of your space is not here, it is here. Because 99% of you live in length. Shall we vibrate us few minutes with this truth? Life is continuous rhythm. Life is continuous rhythm. Actually, the description of this only is Nainam Chindanti Shastrani, Nainam Dagati Pavaka, all that you read. With this description, with this understanding, I am going to make it as experience. Akanda Paripuranam, the continuous rhythm.